You can see the photos of the disciples and devotees being guided into the same homas by the Supreme Concept. Thousands gathered for this homa, and this was a massive undertaking and contribution to the world from the Supreme Concept. Maybe you can see the photos of the Supreme Concept blessing people. And here is the Nithyananda Paramashivoham program in Adi Kailasa Celebration Pita in 2006. The Nithyananda Paramashivoham program in Salem in 2006. In each of these photos, you can see how many people have been blessed by the Supreme Concept of Wisdom, how many people have been initiated and guided into the science of enlightenment, and how much the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been tirelessly working to bless people, guide people, and bring them, prepare them for this pralaya, to guide them through this pralaya, and to bring them into the new age. However, the anti-Hindu elements made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Concept of Hinduism out of India. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelation on the solution for this, revealed on the 31st of May, 2021.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம்.
And the translation for what they revealed for the solution for this Padayatra was that for the pralaya in India to end, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism needs to do the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas and do the Padayatra throughout India. Only then will this pralaya end. And as we look around, we can see with so much of suffering, so much of destruction, we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization had forewarned as the Kali Yuga. And it's stated in the Kurma Purana that the Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. And the translation of Sage Vyasa's verse, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And the Kurma Purana continues on to share that the Lord Rudra is the avatar for the Kali Yuga, Paramashivoham himself. And the translation of this verse, Brahma is the presiding divinity or devata for the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. The Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashva himself. And on the 2nd of January, 1978, out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, if Paramashiva himself had waited even one more year to descend into the human frame, it would have been too late for humanity. 1979 would have been too late. Let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing about this.
And I tell you, oh Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same science. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. I've happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. Oh Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
The Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring them into the new age, the Satya Yuga. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the new age and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism descent into the planet.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And the translation of Devi's revelation. People of the world, listen. Kali Yuga has matured And over time, it has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom into Satya Yuga. Be blissful. For this huge hell Kirimi Bhojanam not come to India. 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swami. And in order to prepare for this, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. The Supreme Constitutionalism began enriching the masses, one person at a time, with the truths from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. Even as the Supreme Constitutionalism was just a small boy, all of his classmates were called the Yatra, where the Supreme Constitutionalism led them from Gudiyattam, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, the birthplace of the Supreme Constitution Hinduism, and a huge pilgrimage site. And when the Supreme Concept of Hinduism was just 19 years of age, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Manch remember the Padayatra, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, led from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage experience. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism continued to walk the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Concept of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, which we are all enjoying today, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism during the inauguration of the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu, the Adi Pita of the Nithyananda Sangha. And this happened on the 14th of April, 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayapatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds. And with the Supreme Concept of Hinduism's intensity and dedication for the people, even in crowds of thousands of people who do not understand English, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism was able to resonate deeply with each being and move them to tears. Here you can see the photos of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism blessing the people of Guadeloupe and Brazil who did not even know English. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering Satsang, and initiating them into the super conscious breakthrough. Subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual realms. In 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Radha Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, who went from city to city, blessing each being. And here is a short clip of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism in the Kodikan Radha Yatra. You can see how many thousands of people were walking with the Supreme Concept of Hinduism and just being blessed, radiating, being in the presence of the Avatar himself. And And the Padayatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, and which is the sanctum sanctorum of the Nithyanandeshwari and the Swayambhulinga at the Adi Kailasa Satyapita in Bangalore, South India. And the deities were energized as Archavatara to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasa Satyapita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming pralaya. And the Supreme Concept has created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens to guide people during this pralaya. And here you can see the Kailasa in Tirchandur, the Adi Kailasa Satyapita, and the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda River, the Anandalinga, which would prevent and protect anyone who bathes in its waters from the deadly COVID-19 disease. Here you can see a short clip of the Supreme Concept System performing Abhishekam for this Anandalinga.
नमस्सहस्राक्षाय च चतुधन्मने जनमो गिरिशाय जिपिविष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते जनमो क्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय जनम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्ण्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च दीप्त्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्वेत्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च वभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च बुद्धिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च इधिने च नमस्काय उधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वसुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे बधाय च दूरे बधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शंकराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय च उत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः शिष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमस्तिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Yatra and garnered international attention, creating movements where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. And here you can see with thousands of other Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems and that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has created, over 1 billion people have been enriched worldwide. And the Avatar has remained as the last hope for humanity. And here you can see the Kailasa and Erode, the Adi Nithyananda Pita, and several other Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has created. We'll just quickly run through the photos of the various enlightenment ecosystems created by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. The Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita, the Kailasa in Tirunamalai, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, the Kailasa in Los Angeles, the Kailasa in San Jose, the Kailasa in Seattle, the Kailasa in Houston, the Kailasa in Charlotte, the Kailasa in New York, the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, the Kailasa in Oklahoma City, the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, the Kailasa in Oman, the Kailasa in Dubai, the Kailasa in London, the Kailasa in Scotland, UK, the Kailasa in Netherlands, the Kailasa in Slovakia, the Kailasa in Belgium, the Kailasa in Luxembourg, the Kailasa in Austria, the Kailasa in Germany, the Kailasa in Italy, the Kailasa in France, the Kailasa in Switzerland, the Kailasa in Mauritius, the Kailasa in South Africa. And here you can just see the various Kailasas worldwide that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been establishing for the sake of guiding people through this pralaya to make sure that they reach their superconscious breakthrough, to give them the ecosystem for experiencing enlightenment. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been tirelessly working for this over the past 26 years and has built these various ecosystems for this sake. So with this, we will conclude this segment and be moving into the next segment where we can learn some of the offerings that we can make to Lady Parashakti, to the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. As we all know, Devi has been continuously manifesting over the past several months to bless people, to guide people, to hold their hand literally through this cosmic deluge, this pralaya. And literally, as a mother, she has been taking care of each and every one of us. And if you want to offer your gratitude today, if you want to thank Devi and connect with her more deeply, to deepen and make a more intimate relationship with Devi, you can stay tuned for the next segment and understand some of the offerings you can make to Devi and some of the benefits of these offerings. So we will be right back after a very short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers after that brief break. I hope that each and every one of you are joining in with us during this program or enjoying it and understanding the various different revelations that Devi Parashakti have made for all of us to be guided during this pralaya, during the cosmic deluge. Now, I'm sure each and every one of you is waiting to understand further about the Devi Parashakti
And in this segment, it's not just about the offerings or the sevas that you can do, but also about deeper understanding about the powerful cognitions that Devi Parashakti embodies and literally she radiates in her life, and how you can manifest that in your life. Beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself says that these offerings have the context where until you can manifest your reality for yourself, we will manifest it for you. And we know the science through the authentic science of the ancient rituals and worship in Sanatana Hindu Dharma of literally being able to even command the clouds, command the winds, and being able to manifest whatever we want into reality. These rituals were globally in order to create peace, harmony, coexistence amongst all of the people. And ultimately, in these offerings, for every single one, we declare to the whole universe, first, we recognize that cosmic energy exists. We recognize that the Chinmaya, the Devi Parashakti, Paramashiva, and the Guru, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are the Chinmaya Vigraha, or the representation of that very cosmic energy. And we recognize that whatever we're offering to them is reaching the very cosmic energy directly. And finally, in all of this, we understand and offer to the God, declare Soham Asmi, that even when we pray, we are Him. So now let us enter into these offerings where ultimately we are declaring our oneness with Devi Parashakti, and it's an instant, powerful way that you can manifest whatever you want into reality. Now, the offerings is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and it consists of two parts. One is giving and the other is accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. And it's never made out of fear or out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. And let me now chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, welcoming her presence into our sacred space here today, into our inner space, and requesting her to manifest for us through these offerings. Indu nivaveda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavarabayajapakya sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. And the English translation says, moon-like face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And now let me chant the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामत्रदत्रीं शुभाम्. And the English translation says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus engracing, blessing engracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And now we have the significance of the divine element gold. And here we have the verse from the Atharva Veda, where the English translation goes, "Chiefly born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one, who becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life." Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. And gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundant that gold is the most auspicious metal and the purest metal which purifies even the very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were even offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were dressed in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. And the Indus River, for example, was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda. And in the Atharva Veda, the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani. So gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. Because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. And so let us now begin the different offerings that we have today that you can do. First, let me chant the pramana for the evening offering. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Vayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the English translation says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. So if there is any fear in the minds of a devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and it here is meant the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So this Ehundi offering is available for each and every one of you to make. It's also available either through the payment gateway or through the YouTube super chat. And we'll go over the steps of how you can make a payment after the end of this segment. Yes, the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. And the pramana for this says, Sayeta mohate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushtam rudim prayajati. It means the goddess enchants this universe and she is herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. The Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12, verse 34 states this, and you can offer this sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blessing the person, the offering with all fruition of all the desires and wishes that you are yearning for. The first offering we have next is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, Devi Parashakti is called as Nama Parayana Prita. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And here we have the next offering, which is the finger ring with a pearl. मुक्ताहारणलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां शिञ्जन्नूपुरिकिङ्किणीमणिधरां पद्मप्रभाभासुरां सर्वाभीतसत्फलप्रदां गिरिसुतां वाणी रमासेवितां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम्. Yes, Devi Parashakti is described in this verse with the garland of pearls. And the English translation says, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. You can offer this Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, to Devi Parashakti in order to experience the blessings of Devi Parashakti, to be showered by her compassion in all of your business endeavors. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And in the Kamikagama, there's a beautiful verse that here the translation says, all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship, or the meditation and mudras and asanas. During the worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and the lotus petals. The lotus is considered as a divine flower, and it has so many significances in the Hindu scriptures. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is also the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus which is about to bloom. You can offer the golden lotus in any size and you wish, and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. Now the next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The English translation says, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Now you can offer the golden toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of your life. And the next offering is the Swarna Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry. And in this offering, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika actually represents the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And the Sahasrara Chakra, for those of you who don't know, is located at the top of the head, and it is the 1,000-petal lotus completing for the technical issues? Sorry for that technical glitch. Now, the next offering we have is the Pratyakshapada Puja, the 1000. And this Pratyakshapada Puja is a very elaborate and very beautiful offering, which you can offer directly to the feet of the Guru. And here it has a verse again of the Saundarya Lahari, and I'll just be chanting that verse again. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. So in Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, it would state that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is actually darkness. And in this verse, it is indicative of ignorance. So in the minds of devotees, Devi Parashakti is literally removing that ignorance and they are just simply prostrating at her feet. And in that way, she's just removing their ignorance and making sure they attain the supreme knowledge. Through this Pratyakshapada Puja, you can offer this, and we have the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with the most auspiciousness, and to make your reality manifest as you want. Sorry, we can go on to the next slide. Now, we also have the Vastra Seva, another offering that you can do. You can offer the Vastra Seva and receive the blessings of the Yajaman and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the Yajaman, and you will have all the auspiciousness and blessing of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we have a summary table of all of the different offerings. As you can see, we have the Ehundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyakshapada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And you can see that there's various different levels of the offerings, and there's offerings that you can make in any amount. And there's an offering just for $1, or there's a more substantial donation that you can make. If you'd like to, you can choose from any one of these, and you don't have to feel restricted or insufficient in any way. You can make an offering. You have an option available for you based on where you are and where your economic status is as well. So yes, as we are coming to a conclusion of this segment, now you can see that you can see if you're interested in making an offering today, you can go to tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. And if you need help in manifesting, or if you need more details. Now, also, if you are ready to make an online payment, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offering. And after the payment, make sure that you are submitting your details to the puja to be chanted during the puja at tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021. So now this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And we have Jamie Swami, who will be taking us through the next segment, where we are going over the various different contributions of the Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham and the ongoing multi-layer quarantine center, which is happening there. So we'll be right back with you to proceed with the next segment after a quick break.
Nithyanandam, everyone, welcome back. In this segment, we are going to see the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working tirelessly since over 2 decades to establish Kailasas across the world, especially the temple-based ecosystems. How these are helping in each one in their mental, physical, overall well-being, not only to deal with the life stresses, especially during this pandemic, but the overall well-being in their everyday success. So we are going to learn more about why temple-based ecosystems, what is the temple science and basics of the temple in this segment, and how these ecosystems successfully see the fair amount of success in protecting the people from the pandemic, and how the United Nations recognize these efforts. We're going to see in this segment. As you see, the latest news as of August 12th, according to the Times of India, reported that COVID-19, India reports again there is a spike in reports 41,195 new cases and 490 deaths in last 24 hours. So as it is continuously the pandemic causing the tremendous stress amongst the people across the world, what Devi revealed in Akashic readings and what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in his various satsangs to practice these spiritual practices, join the COVID care protection centers, the temple-based ecosystems to save the life, to protect the life. How it helps and what are the basics of these temples? Why temple lifestyle? So Devi revealed on 5th June 2021 that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. The freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona, O people. Do the job of saving your life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the headquarters, that the largest temple-based ecosystem, and getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death. Economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas, doing yoga seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis and Yogis have come and doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. And do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samayapuratu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. As you see, these are the revelations they were revealed, and you see, as per the reports, the unemployment rate what are the reasons which are causing the mental stress amongst the people is obviously unemployment due to the pandemic. The unemployment rate predicted to reach 10% amidst coronavirus pandemic, pushing many states, like taking the example of Australia, into recession. Unemployment is set to soar to its highest rate amongst almost 3 decades with 1.4 million Australians expected to be out of work. The unemployment rate will rise from 5.1% to 10% in June quarter, according to the Treasury figures. But estimates show the rate would have been higher without the JobKeeper program. And the Treasurer said that the economic shock from coronavirus was said to be far more significant than the global financial crisis. The second thing is the raising food world prices causing concerns amongst people. According to the Washington Post, global food prices have rallied to multi-year highs, triggered by COVID-19 pandemic related to supply chain disruptions and soaring transport costs, the International Monetary Fund said, the IMF. More is likely to come since international food prices are expected to increase by about 25% in 2021 from to 2020, wrote the IMF's Christian Bogmans, Andrea Pescatori, in a new blog. They are expected to stabilize later this year. And as Devi revealed in her Akashic readings on 5th June, and the media articles, various media articles confirming the same about the pandemic. The global psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients. According to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be the common who have contracted COVID-19. And the impact of the COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students, the BMC Psychology published on 10th June 2021, results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increased in anxiety about 60.8% and feeling of loneliness about 54.1% and depression about 59.8%. Many reported worries for health of loved ones most impacted their mental health status, about 20%. And the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, about 31.8%, almost one half of the students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar. The researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. The Dartmouth College researchers began tracking about 217 college students when they entered the school as a freshman in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. According to the Psychology Today, the psychological trauma and PTSD event, that much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation, our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. What it used to be in 2019 and what it's going to be this market by 2027, there is a rise in 11.91%. According to the CNN, the United Nations revealed to the CNN that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially amongst healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemics on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom released to CNN recently. So it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added to CNN news release. So what are the solutions? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism suggested continuously work towards this by establishing the temple-based ecosystem and doing yoga and various other spiritual temple rituals and various other spiritual practices. So now let's understand the ecosystems of this, the temple-based ecosystems. Why temple and what are the temple sciences? Let's understand in more detail. The temple ecosystem of Kailasa. Reviving the enlightened civilization is the vision of Kailasa. Purpose of my advent. Paramashiva assuming this body and manifesting, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa is basically an enlightened civilization where everything happens based on the ultimate cosmic principle and ultimate possibilities and powerfulness. You want to know about the universe? Just they will show you the universe and teach you. You want to know about the cosmos? They will just show you the cosmos, simple and straightforward. Kailasa is basically in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment civilization alive. Understand, each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping the enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajnapitam is a lineage, sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be a Shakta of various traditions, or Sampradaya we call in Sanskrit. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, and some may be Yoga Vedanta. Some may be Yoga Shaiva, and some may be Vaidika Shaiva. All kinds of permutation, combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each sannyasa sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that sampradaya. Hindu temples are not just worship altars or religious congregation place or just a memorial for certain legendary person or incident. Hindu temples are a residence of God. That is why in Chidambaram, Nataraja is one of the Dikshita who is alive and attending to each devotee who visit the temple. In Sri Rangam, Ranganatha is one of the bhaktar who is doing the puja. Temples are residents of God in Hindu tradition. In reality, not just Hindu tradition, in any tradition. There was a time Hinduism has 56 nations, 200 states, 1,700 provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, means traditions. Almost 95% of the population of those days were Hindus. Slowly, that brutal terrorist invading life negative gangs enter, destroy, rob, plunder the temples, destroy the spiritual ecosystem, the enlightenment ecosystems. In last 1,000 years, we did not have a single nation. We did not have a single state. We did not have a single province practicing Hinduism as a state religion legitimately. And in 10,000 sampradayas, without any doubt, only 200 are left alive, struggling to be alive. There are three unique things of Hinduism: ability to make the divine land and get rooted on the deity, the prana pratishtha, and incarnations landing, the ecosystem where the incarnations land, the enlightenment spiritual ecosystem where incarnations happen. Third, devotion to feminine consciousness, Devi worship. These three are the unique to Hindu tradition. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. The enlightenment ecosystem of Adi Kailas, every monastery, temple is an ecosystem for keeping the enlightenment science alive and flourish, which can automatically make people enlightened. It's like enlightenment automatic machinery. Anybody comes in, they just get introduced, inspired, excited, energized, and made to power manifestors, enlightened and start radiating, and they start spreading. Enlightenment becomes the source for energy and excitement. A person who can make enlightenment as a source for energy and excitement for anyone is an incarnation. Fortunately, we are successful. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says we are successful in making enlightenment as the source for energy and excitement to millions of people all over the world. This whole Kailasa is the revival of the enlightenment civilization. A temple is a place where an intense cosmic energy is available for everyone to experience. Significantly, all the major Vedic temples built over the centuries have been consecrated by enlightened masters. Or rather, the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened master for the benefit of humankind. Just as a rich man leaves behind wealth for the next generation, after he leaves the body, enlightened masters leave behind the huge energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. For instance, the 4 main Shankara Peethams were established by the 8th century master Adi Shankara, the Chidambaram temple by Patanjali, the Palani temple by the Siddha Bhoga, the Arunachaleshwara temple by the Saint Idekadar, Tirupati by Kunganavara, and Tanjore by Kuruvarur. The powerful spiritual vibrations present in these places are so palpable that even the most casual visitor can feel its effects in the form of peace, bliss, or clarity. When maintained properly, using the subtle powers of mantras, rituals, and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands of years. Now, temple structure. In Hinduism, temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters to radiate the enlightened masters' presence even they leave their body. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric wave conveyances of north and south push. The idol of God is set in the core center of the temple, known as Garbhagriha, the sanctum sanctorium. This is the area where the Earth's magnetic field is discovered to be the most extreme. Therefore, it is the energy source. The Dvajastambha, the flagpole, behaves as a transformer. The huge domes are for amplifying the energy. Temples were systematically built for the transmission of energy on a large scale. Temples and enlightened beings. When a rich man dies, he leaves behind his wealth to his wife, daughters, and sons. When enlightened masters leave the body, they leave their wealth of energy, penance, and goodness to humanity at large. Temples are built on these energy fields left behind by them. Either the master themselves built these temples when they are alive, or the people built them after the masters leave the body. These temples are further sanctified through the rituals that harness the divine cosmic energy. The famous temple at Kedarnath in the Himalayan range was built by the great master Shankara. The Arunachaleshwar temple of Tirunamalai, South India is ascribed to a great saint called Idekadan. These temples are divine gifts of these great masters to humanity. These are the two types of people. There are two types of people. The first type generate energy from their own system. They are like the solar system. Wherever they are, they produce energy. They radiate the energy, whatever they do. They excel in it. Whatever they touch flourishes. They are the ones who nourish the world. They are the enlightened masters. The second type of people are those who have forgotten the art of producing energy from their inner source. These people may flourish, but maybe only in one or two fields. And that too out of the superficial energy source called mind. Since their source is superficial, multidimensional flourishing remains a dream for them. These are the ordinary people from the world. The first category of people help the second category by giving energy to it, by giving a clear-cut technology to achieve. Now let us understanding the prana pratishtha, that means the installing the deities in the temples. Now let's watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism installing the prana pratishtha, the Nithyanandeshwara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, doing the prana pratishtha of Venkateshwara in 2015 in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham.
Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, 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 Hare Nitya Nityananda, Hare Nitya Hare Hare, Hare Nitya.
As per the Vedic sciences, there are two ways to install energy in a deity. One is Agama Pratishta, the other is Prana Pratishta. In Agama Pratishta, energy installation is done by the second category of people. It is done essentially through the chanting of the mantras. This method will install only a few volts of energy. The energy intensity will be decided by the nature of the mantras, the accuracy with which it is chanted, and above all, the psychological state of the person chanting them. In Prana Pratishta, the energy installation is done by the first category of people, that is enlightened beings, the avatars. It happens through a direct connection with the divine cosmic energy that nourishes the whole universe. The first category of people, that is the enlightened masters, are pure channels of the divine cosmic energy to flow through. They can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install. For the goodwill of the society, masters have worked on the science of the inner world and have installed various aspects of the divine energy in these temple deities. Every historic temple has its own significance. Each deity has its own boon to offer depending on the type of energy installed in it. That is why in order to conceive children, you go to a particular temple. In order to wed a suited spouse, you go to a different temple. To defy planetary influences, you go to a different temple. For financial problems, you go to a different temple. These benefits are nothing but the special energy packs. Temples are structures that replace an enlightened master's presence. Masters, by the sheer presence, heal people. They heal not just the physical level, but at the being level. They keep the inspiration for spirituality alive. Their presence offers an ambience of sacredness. Temples are spaces created by the masters to offer the same things that they offer. While consecrating the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva temple sanctum at the Bangalore Adhinam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, said, "An enlightened master is the cosmos in human form, the ultimate human form fit to perform a sanctum consecration." For an enlightened master, the energies of expression through any means never get exhausted. For example, for an ordinary human being, the grief emotion or the joy emotion exhaust when they express through tears. The pitta, the fire element of the body, exhausts through anger. The lust energy exhausts through sexual act. The power of speech exhausts in his very saliva the moments it is uttered. All these energies of expression become exhausted as he uses them. An enlightened master's energy of expression cannot be exhausted through any of these means because he is existence, the inexhaustible source of energy in human form. Because the masters do not need a body to execute their work, they can continue to do the things they do even after they have left their physical body. The sanctum created and energized by them will radiate inexhaustible energy and nurture energy being that seeks it. Only a master who can function without the help of his body is capable of creating a true sanctum, one that will materialize things exactly the way he does. Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, speaks about the deities holding the energy when doing prana pratishtha.
Actually, after the great pause settling, I wanted to do this Kumbhabhishekam, and then the Shivacharyas advised us that only after the Uttrayanam, Uttrayana Punyakala means after the Uttrayana starts, we are having a good date, Uttamottama date for Kumbhabhishekam. So that's the reason we waited. And see, fundamentally, deity intensely receives the energy like a lightning and holds it and manifests continuously for the whole humanity. You see, it's like if I have to talk to you in a normal social language, it's like a lightning holder. Like I can get into the Samadhi, one with Paramashiva, and bring the whole thing to planet Earth. But the deity should be able to hold it and manifest it, radiate it for the humanity. So that is the reason the beautiful, dense, most dense granite deity is made. The earlier, the Avudayar we made, too much of power manifestation, it has given crack in multiple places. I don't know how you guys will be able to believe. Maybe I'll tell them to show the video. Such dense granite cracks to pieces and so carefully maintained with so much of all the Abhishekam, Puja and everything. Crack is the last thing you can imagine in dense granite, but so many places that earlier Avudayar has had, and that's the reason we made the new deity with more dense granite now. More dense granite, the deity is done, so it can withstand the power manifestation and hold the power for quite a long time. Maybe at least next 12 years it can hold. And before that I'm planning for the different level of granite for Avudayar. I wanted to teleport from the other planets where the 100 times more dense than planet Earth's granite is available. And anyhow, all that I'll do it and then show, and instead of giving material for trolls, I'll give information after everything is achieved, after everything is done.
Now, one may ask, if God is everywhere, why go to a temple? The answer to this question, Sri Ramakrishna, a great enlightened master of 20th century, gave a beautiful answer. There is a milk all over the cow's body, but we can't get it by just piercing it anywhere. Through the cosmic energy is available everywhere. Though the cosmic energy available everywhere, we are not able to perceive it because it is extremely subtle. Cosmic energy is available in the most subtle form. An enlightened being or highly evolved soul knows the science of distilling this subtle energy into a gross form which we can perceive and absorb. Temples are engineered by the great rishis in such a way that the cosmic energy becomes available to all as a source of healing and spiritual transformation. So why so many temples in Hinduism? The next basic question that many wondering. In India, about 90% of all tourist attractions are temples. There are lakhs of temples across the length and breadth of India, and in places like Varanasi, for every person living there, there is a temple, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But why so many temples? Whatever a civilization thinks as the highest experience, it builds a structure related to that. If people in a country think football is the greatest experience, they build magnificent football stadiums all over. If people think education is the greatest experience, they build schools and colleges. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience. So they built temples. For this reason, in any city, there will be a large temple. First, any city, there will be a large temple built first, and only then a city will form around it. The human body is considered a miniature of the cosmos. And a temple is an expansion of that human form. So let us now understand the science of temples. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, explains about the science of temples. Let's watch a short video of this.
We'll enter today's subject. The language in which all of you can understand. I can see literally so much of cosmic information from the Akashic reading, Akashic recordings are getting downloaded and getting ground, processed to get expressed in the language in which you all can grasp, you all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions today related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adinam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture, or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way,
so temples are created to replace an enlightened master's presence. Enlightened masters, when they leave their body, they wanted a space which can continuously inspire people, which can continuously heal, which can give them the experience of spirituality, which can give them a sacred feeling. From time immemorial, not only Hindus, not only people who belong to the Rishi cultures, but all over the world in all traditions, creating a space for divine has become part of our lives. The science of temples, built on thousands of years of research and development, has been lost. The understanding has been lost. Temples, cathedrals, mosques, and churches, these buildings abound around the world, evoking awe, reverence, and grandeur. Said to have been built to the glory of God, as a link between the God and man, as houses of worship, as structures for religious and spiritual activities, and as a place of rest and refuge. Humans throughout history have created a space for divine. From time immemorial, not only Hindus, not only people who belong to Rishi cultures all over the world, our traditions creating space for the divine has become part of our lives. The science of temples, built on thousands of years of research and development, has been lost. The understanding has been lost. Temples are created to replace an enlightened master's presence. enlightened masters, when they leave their body, they wanted a space which can continuously inspire people, which can continuously heal, which can give them the experience of spirituality, which can give them the sacred feeling. In India, 90% of the tourist attractions are temples. There's a lakhs of temples around the length and breadth of India, and in places like Varanasi, for every person living there, there's a temple, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But why so many temples? Any enlightened being or highly evolved soul know the science of distilling this subtle energy into the gross form which we can perceive and absorb. Temples and temples are engineered by the great rishis in such a way that the cosmic energy becomes available to all as a source of healing and spiritual transformation. Whatever a civilization thinks as the highest experience, it builds structures related to that. If people in a country think football is the greatest experience, they build magnificent football stadiums and over. And if people think education is the greatest experience, they build schools and colleges. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience. So they built temples. For this reason, in any city, there will be a large temple built first, and only then a city will form around it. The human body is considered a miniature of the cosmos, and a temple is an expansion of the human frame. So with this understanding, now how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously constructed these temples across temple ecosystems and how the many lives are saved from these ecosystems. And let's understand more about these. Yes. On May 22nd, 2021, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed that Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I'm talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a Guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but the only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, the mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa, that the devotees in their own homes And the second, the Kailasa Vasis inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, for or consciously for a quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up, quarantine yourself and build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. So, how the Supreme Pontiff built for over 2 decades the temple ecosystems across the world, and many of these are the temple ecosystems serving one and all for people mental and social, physical well-being, especially during this COVID-19, and how this efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. A report has been submitted with the suggestions to be taken across the world for the countries, various countries, organizations, to protect people from this whole pralaya, the whole pandemic. These efforts have been recognized by the United Nations, and the United Nations recognizes the Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. And you can see these screenshots here. You can also find these screenshots in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. Earlier reports published, the report published on the United Nations website on www.oschr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as the black fungus, are targeting COVID patients and killing almost the 1 in 2% in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better, at least until this ongoing crisis ends. All economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published by the United Nations. The earlier reports recognized by the United Nations are report on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and the report on the femicide. And this is the third report on COVID-19 and multilateralism, a report by the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, the ASMT Hindu community Kailasa Union, was submitted in June 2021 and published about 2 weeks ago. The key factors presented, the first key obstacle, the globalization of the disease has led the world to be as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2% in such cases. The second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes, such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption of the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable even more. Fourth, the lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, and exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. From the SDG to zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting documentation here, which are projected on the screen. So what are the key solutions presented? The first key solution presented in this article, the suggestion by the Kailasa Union, the first solution is revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc. need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of the required medical care. As per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. The first is creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. Fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism's conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis lead us to the fourth and fifth phases, wherein this need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 that improved the economy. However, the governments never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. The second solution presented is Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people on 2 grounds. First, the health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the entire world is my family. This is the scriptural reference from the Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the supporting documentation here. The third solution presented is provide sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health, safety, or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups, which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions, which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related requests for private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Auroville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Auroville are not open to public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Auroville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of the townships, such as the ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food, accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care, with absolute multi-layer quarantine until the coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. You can see the supporting documentation projected here. The next solution presented is the educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike the previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time and visual information about the fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can make people reckless as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic. As a long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Next solution presented is leveraging best of different academic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, described three kinds of economic systems and their principles. For things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs such as food and health care, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for other infrastructure development works, services and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus, and this is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the USA access mask and testing kits, and there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented is Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu tradition was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks, which a seed capital of grain banks with a seed capital of grains collected by the fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain banks would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. In these cases, compound interest was prohibited in grain banks, so which the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination, and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of the starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Monitor global health. This crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 groups based on their health status and travel history and determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documentation here. Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed, asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wide statistics, have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation. The next solution presented is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, that is food, medicines, etc. Through traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, And a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interests. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not a wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medical systems are time tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. The International Treaty for Pandemic Preparedness. The international multi-layer negotiations and treaties should consider first, the multilateralism based on the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the entire world is my family. Second, prioritizing imparting education on individual pandemic management and giving hope to people, multi-layered strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG to sustainable cities and communities with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine. Fourth, waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding vaccines. Next, everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. Next is the creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world protection without disrupting life and economy such that efforts of lockdown are unnoticeable. You can see the supporting documentation here. The multi-layered strategies and coordination of the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting the life and economy such that effects of lockdown are unnoticeable. Waiver of patents on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that the prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain banks systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. So the sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing times of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadans, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. So join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, coming back to the temples, the revival of temples, how these are the ecosystems, the de facto ecosystems of Kailasa, protecting people, not only protecting people, adding their joy, bliss, and prosperous life, and much more. Across the world, especially in India, the temples are shutting down. The famous temples are shutting down due to the pandemic, whereas Kailasa has opened its doors to one and all to provide the all the facilities and giving us the strength to deal with this pandemic during these tough times. The examples of some of the states, the famous temples, the Shirdi Sai Baba temple and the Siddhi Vinayaka temple shut down till further notice, and the famous Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public until further notice. Not only that, the all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as the city records the highest COVID surge. The temples, mosques, gurudwaras and churches closed till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Mudra temples banned the entry of devotees due to the COVID-19 surge. And the Gujarat, the famous Somanath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. And on the other hand, the Tamil Nadu, the Chola era temple murtis were beheaded and the vandalized. So now in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshans of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of these online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and the Facebook. So let us understand more on temples, why deity worship. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's, in his own words, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always curved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of the temples will be the revival of the world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, the truth of oneness is going to happen. the deity, the divine, manifests in various divine forms. The divine has got infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call the Ananta Kalyana Guna. With that Ananta Kalyana Guna, the infinite auspicious qualities, divine manifests in different forms to save that particular devotee's prayer, or to save the world from destruction. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. He appeared as Kala to save Markandeya from the early death and become Kala. The Lord Kala is Lord of death, and Kala is the Lord of death. And that become an independent deity. And in the same way, Shiva danced in ecstasy. That action become Nataraja. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with these independent intelligences, these deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with those rites, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in this temple-based ecosystems and save your life. Join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the revival of Hinduism's temple ecosystems.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health, ailments, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his entire life and made his mission to bring global peace from the ground level. Through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services, to bring harmony to humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet, through the revival of the temple ecosystems. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, the Joshua Gordon, pointed out that the environmental factors present both a risk and the protective influences on the mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. Individual factors such as the microbiome, the natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparities. Third, the social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems globally. Through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Kailasa's Department of Human Services, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing the global harmony and sustainable living and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. Now you can see the glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the temple ecosystems way back from 1994. Now we were seeing the glimpses are from 2006, where the following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, and celebrate the auspicious occasion of the BHAVA. The picture is taken on 21st October 2006. And you can see the pictures are from December 2018 from Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetam, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony. Now you can see the pictures are from there, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop. The pictures are from 2006. So you can see the various glimpses how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked tirelessly starting from 1994 and continuously working to revive the temple ecosystems across the globe, serving free food, establishing the Kailasas across the world. And you can see the picture now, the Kailasas ecosystems around the world, established across the world. Excuse me. Ecosystems around the world, across the continents, the thousands of ecosystems around the world. From starting from 1994, where Mataji Vibhudananda Puri handed over traditionally the Kailasa in Tirunamalai to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, you can see the rightmost picture in 2017, receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. And the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the free Annadanam and the traditional way of receiving. You can see the various adhinams and the ecosystems, the Kailasa in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after having the vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree in its heart, the main headquarters of the Kailasa way back in 2003. And the temple deities, you can see the pictures where you can see the live stream, and the pictures that you are seeing are from the west. The various Kailasas, various Sarvagnya Peethams across United States, Canada. So Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right to all human beings. In fact, all beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity to humanity. So join now in these ecosystems. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASACARE, Kailasa Care. The link again, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. So with this, let's move on to the next segment. Let's prepare for the live Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please sit straight and inhale deeply, exhale deeply. With the deep space of gratitude and with the deep space of strong feeling connection, let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the Sarvanyapeta Yajamans, Kartas, Shrimahans, Mahants, Kotari Taneda, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is manifested by you being and radiating your conscious sovereignty continuously. Do this Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. This is the Samyama to achieve conscious sovereignty. Listen. This Swarajya Siddhi Samyama means Samyama for the conscious sovereignty I directly received from Raghupati Yogi and Isakki Swamigal. Isakki Swamigal, till the end of his life, he practiced this Samyama. Raghupati Yogi taught me from the yogic angle. Isakki Swami gave me as a Shaktipada itself. Now, this is the message from Paramashiva. Listen very deeply. I'm going to initiate all of you. Do the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada of this Samyama today. So if you want to call all your friends, family, you can call them for initiation. If you want to get your pets, get them for initiation. Actually, this is the important direct instruction from Paramashiva. That's the reason I came for the Satsang today.
Otherwise, originally I was planning that I will directly give the Devi Bhava Darshan on Adivelli, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow you are all going to have a darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi darshan, as it usually happens in those days, with a sari and all the full Devi manifestation. You are all going to have Devi Bhava Samadhi darshan tomorrow. So I was originally planning I will come for Devi Bhava Samadhi darshan because too much samadhi. But this message just got downloaded into my system so powerfully, and it need to be delivered immediately, today itself, from the Akashic records. The whole science got downloaded. Please listen. I got this science from Isakki Swamigal and Raghupati Yogi both. Now Paramashiva gave this. Elaborately, directly from the Akashic records. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. It's a very powerful manifestation. Directly from Paramashiva. So if you guys want, I'll give few minutes for all of you to gather everyone, your friends, family, pets, for initiation. Then I'll start the initiation. Shrikant, tell Prasanna Ramchandran to join. Tripura, tell Vedaswarupa to join. And tell Bhagavan Reddy also to join. Ramesh Ramani, I think in the car. Oh, it's in the house. Ramesh Ramani is in the house only. It's a sunlight. So all of you settle down with your Atmalingas. I'm going to initiate step by step. Call all your friends and family and inform them now. This Samyama has two layers. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. I'm going to initiate both the layers. So better all of you settle down. Listen. All of you listen intensely. I'll explain both the levels. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti. Swarajya Siddhi, listen. You are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are relating is Paramashiva. With this cognition, continuously, every thought raising in you should be from this cognition. Understand? Consciousness becoming your emotion, thought currents, words, retaining your sovereignty. Understand? Your consciousness, from that only your cognitions manifest. From your cognitions only your emotions manifest. From your emotions, your thought currents manifest. From your thought currents, your words come out. Through your words, you start acting. The words uttered inside or outside. That is the way your functioning starts. Your relationship, this whole psychodrama starts. So, listen carefully. Your consciousness manifesting as your cognition, as your emotion, as your thought current, as your words, without losing your sovereignty. Then you achieve Swarajya Siddhi. Anyone in this world can start practicing it. Now, I am giving you the second layer. Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. This is the Samyama. Samadhi. You need to manifest it intensely. Samadhi, which you need to manifest it intensely. For this, you need certain amount of ferociousness. Just for this Chaturmasya, please do it. Listen carefully. Mala Nadarajan, don't worry. Mala Nadarajan has messaged that Nadarajan is admitted in the hospital. Don't worry. You have taken care of my daughter, so I will take care of you all. But don't worry. Yes, let's come back to Satsang. Listen. Listen carefully. I'll describe elaborately, clearly, how my gurus used to manifest this samadhi and these powers of the conscious sovereignty. I'm using the word English word conscious sovereignty. Originally, the original Sanskrit word is Swarajya Shakti. It means reclaiming your Rajya, your kingdom, and manifesting the Shaktis of your kingdom. Swarajya Shakti Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Samyama means Tarana, Dhyana, Samadhi. All these three put together is called Samyama. So now,
This is the way you can manifest your conscious sovereignty. Listen. Listen to the instructions deeply. Only one thing. 24/7. Remember, you are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are interacting is Paramashiva. And from this same space, your new cognitions should start manifesting. Your thought currents should start manifesting. Your ideas, emotions should start manifesting. Your words should start manifesting. It is very easy if you decide. These 4 months, this Chaturmasya, conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya, you will do all the interactions from this space. I tell you, I guarantee, take this as my guarantee, you will earn 10 times more wealth. You will have best relationships. Your health will become 100 times better. Your inner space will manifest at least 100 powers. Mark all these words as my commitment to you all who are receiving this initiation. Listen. This Chaturmasya till Navaratri, decide. Your whole interaction will be only from this angle, this space. And make sure all your communication is only through writing and showing, writing and showing, writing and showing. Because when you are not blabbering, all your verbalization is blabbering. When you are not talking blah 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 blah, you can retain the conscious sovereignty cognition. If you make your communication only through writing, you can always make sure, yes, I am from that space. I am here as Paramashiva, and here is this Paramashiva. So I am here to be ultimately integrated. No cheating, exploiting, no cunningness, strategic relationship, integrity to integrity, Paramashiva to Paramashiva, oneness to oneness. If there is a conflict, I will explain this, my conflict and insecurity and fears to this Paramashiva, knowing that this Paramashiva will not exploit me, will only support me in manifesting my Paramashivatva more and more. Listen, I am telling you, most of your deluded insecurities will melt down. All your delusional insecurities will melt down. You will know only the real problems and you will be able to solve it. I tell you, I know the powerfulness of this Samadhi. I've seen my gurus doing and I have done it. Now, I wanted to prove to all the devotees all over the world. There are many people, newcomers, you would have come today and listened to this satsang. You may be thinking, oh, this is absolutely impractical.
4 months he is asking us to be literally in silence. He doesn't know I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am an engineer, I am a scientist, I am a CEO, and he is asking me to be in silence. He is impractical. You may think, for all of you, I will prove the power of this samyama by making my Kailasa government. The whole Kailasa government will function, this whole Chaturmasya, with this Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Means the whole Kailasa government, Biddi, Tiruvannamalai, from there I am telling, all over the world, all countries, the Kailasa government functions should be done with this powerful Swarajya Shakti Samyama. Samadhi. Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Listen. Immediately I know few people will raise, no. They somehow want to break this samyama. They will raise, oh, what to do if we need to attend to some legal things with the outer world, if we need to attend to something. All right, maybe those one or two things, rarely you can speak as an exemption. Otherwise, this whole 4 months, all internal interactions, let it be writing and showing, writing and showing. For example, if the ashram from Tiruvannamalai ashram and Biddi ashram need to communicate, come on Zoom call, both side, write and show, over. You don't know the power of not speaking and writing, because by the time you write, you won't lose your cognition. But when you speak, you are so addicted to speaking, it has become such a natural habit of you. I will not say natural, unnaturally natural habit of you. You don't know what you speak. You don't know what you do. Actually, Skandamata does not speak. She is not speaking because she doesn't want to lose the conscious sovereignty. She knows. She wants to speak from conscious sovereignty. That is why she is waiting. She wants to be in my space, so when I initiate her, without losing the conscious sovereignty samyama, she wants to manifest. Listen. The Kailasa government, all the Kailasa-vasis, if you guys take it sincerely and do what I am saying, you will prove to the world the power of this samyama. The power of this samyama. Listen. When I am explaining, if you decide it is difficult, you are not going to do. If you decide it is easy, you may take it for granted. Whether it is difficult or not, you have to do, that's all. Guruvak is neither difficult nor easy. It's a choice. Relationship with Guru is neither difficult nor easy. It is a decision, that's all. It's a simple decision, that's all. Listen. So So even for the devotees, I am saying, see, in your office, you may not have convinced everyone about your spiritual path. With those people, you can speak no other way. But try to retain this conscious sovereignty, cognition, and continue to speak. Keep that as an exemption. Other than those few people with whom you have not convinced your spiritual path and your connection with Kailasa and all that. With those people, no other way you have to run your life. Other than those few, with everyone who knows you are my disciple and you do everything I say, with all of them, practice this samyama. You can explain to them by writing. You can keep in one paper why you are doing what you are doing. They will be happy that you are seeing them as Paramashiva and you are very honest with them, very integrated to them. No cheating, no strategy, no cunningness. They will be very happy to have a person like you in their life, in every part. I tell you, I really tell you, exemptions, okay. Like there may be some of you, speaking is your profession, like a teacher or a singer. So those few things exempt, okay. Even in Kailasa government, there will be few people who will do this morning Satsang hosting. So those few exemptions, okay. Even during that time, try to continuously hold the cognition you are Paramashiva, and with whoever you are relating, they are all Paramashiva. And I tell you, try to shift most of your communication to chatting, typing, writing, than speaking. Reduce the speaking drastically. Make it into typing, writing, that kind of things. Why? You don't know the power of this. With writing, typing, still it has not become unnaturally natural habit. See, breathing is organically natural habit. Good. But talking, even wearing clothes, all these are toxic natural habit. Unnaturally natural habit. It has become your nature, but it is not natural. Or I can put it in the other way. It has become almost like a natural for you, but which is not your nature. Like how wearing dress is not your nature, but it has become natural now. Breathing is very organically natural habit. But talking is not organically natural habit. It is forced natural habit. Forced and became a natural habit. WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, in everything. Typing is okay. Chatting is okay. Drop talking, because while you type, while you chat, I know the delete, how many times you delete and retype, reword before send button. Listen. Sometimes even after sending, you wanted to verify if that person has not seen the message, if the double tick is not there, you delete it. You unsend the message. Listen. Just these 4 months, hold this cognition. You will manifest so much powers. You will see the secret of the cosmos, I tell you. Listen, Paramashiva, you decided to enjoy you, so you became many. And enjoying you, anything else, pain, suffering, fear, insecurity, due to the existence of the other, is delusion. You will wake up to this reality. You will manifest that kind of powers, personality, joy, wealth, everything in your life. I am not giving you some technique to get 1 ton gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet made out of gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet, full planet, hill, everything is gold. That is what is Swarajya Siddhi. Understand? I am not giving you one small power, one small health. I am giving you your own consciousness. As I told you, you are not human being for me. You are a conscious being. You will know your purpose. You will know your life. You will feel so fulfilled, peace, joy, fulfillment. It's like you will be so grounded. You will feel so big about you. You will feel so satisfied about you. $1,000 good things will happen if you just do this till Navaratri, till Vijayadashmi. That's all. I am not asking you to be in silence forever. Even in this Chaturmasya, I am not saying that you should never talk. As I gave you the exemption, whoever you are not convinced that you are my disciple and you are doing some spiritual practice, maybe your boss in the office, some of them may not have been convinced about your spiritual aspiration and practices. With them you have to speak your survival. Those things, make it as exemption. Other than those exemption, make this as your lifestyle. I tell you. The most important truth is holding the conscious truth. You are Paramashiva, and everyone in your life is Paramashiva. Hey, listen. See, I am not talking something illogical, irrational, or impractical. Don't think I am talking something impractical. Listen. By the grace of Paramashiva, by the age of 16, literally I have mastered every thought current and experiences of enlightenment sciences. Different branches of enlightenment sciences. Shaiva, Vaishnava, Shakta, Vaidika, Vedanta, Siddhanta. That is the way Paramashiva has supported me. Of course, he himself manifested and he has made the whole ambience available for me in every way. He supported and made everything happen. And after that, last 27 years of my public life, from the time the Yoga Pattabhishekam is done, last 27 years, with millions of people I have worked, directly, personally, initiated, guided, made them experience powers, manifest all the best things in the life. I have done everything. Listen, I am telling you all this just to make you understand. I am most practical person. I will not tell you something impractical. And I will not tell you something useless. I am highly user-friendly and highly efficient. Efficiency-oriented, focused. If I ask you to do some spiritual practice for 10 minutes, I will make sure you get the result of at least 10 years of your tapas and the time you are spending on that spiritual practice. I am a very productive person, efficient person. You can see in 43 years what I've achieved. From that you can understand. I am very productive, life positive, focused, successful person. Very practical person. If I am giving you this samyama, this samadhi, I know the power it can bring in your life. So drop all the ideas. It is difficult, not possible for me. No. Everyone will be able to do this. As I told, if talking is your profession, like teacher, lawyer has to talk in the court. So that kind of unavoidable, have exemption. So even during those moments, always try to hold the cognition, you are Paramashiva and everyone around you is Paramashiva. And this whole interaction is between Paramashiva and Paramashiva. Hold the cognition and continue to talk, but you will forget, I know, because talking has become such unnaturally natural habit. You will forget that cognition. But what to do? But all the other times, stop talking and be from this cognition and always do the communication by penning down. Then even few minutes if you miss, you can get back to this cognition and start penning down. Kailasa government should take up this samyama. Everyone in Kailasa. And even the people who have come for the quarantine, staying in all our campuses, you can also try. Of course, it is not a compulsion for you. You can try. Because now, these 4 months, what are you going to do? You can try. Listen. When you start trying, you will see how many things open up in you and how you beautifully organize yourself. All the 25 faces of Paramashiva manifesting in you, all the 25 states of consciousness manifesting in you, how your whole being gets manifest, the Paramashivatva manifests in you. I tell you, when that experience comes from the peace space of Paramashiva, that Samadhi starts manifesting, then you will understand, oh God, wow. My job is to give you Shaktipada and conscious support as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all and I commit with you all. I will surround you all as a conscious layer inside and out. Inside and outside, both. Like a conscious blanket. Conscious energy field. Support all of you in every possible way to manifest this great truth. See, when you start living this truth, you will see whatever you want in your life starts manifesting, like a wealth, health, relationships, everything. Then you will understand the auspiciousness of this Samadhi, this Samyama, and you will be so inspired to follow. You will start You will simply start doing it. I have seen Isaki Swami constantly manifesting this samadhi. Whenever he sits in samadhi, he will do that only. He will never speak. He will have a slate, and anybody comes for blessings, support, anything, he will just write and show and clean. Write and show and clean. Write and show. That's all. Kailasa government all over the world, start practicing this and give confidence to people that it is possible to do this and be successful in all our activities. See, the Kailasa government, surely you can convince your vendors, people who supply food for you, you can convince them. We are doing a special process, Mauna Vratam, Samyama for this 4 months. We will only write and show. Maybe you will not be able to convince if there is some legal requirements, like you need to talk to some lawyer or some legal, if needed, with the outer world. You may not be able to convince them. So with them, you can communicate through words. Even with them, hold this cognition and communicate. Communicate slowly from this cognition, conscious sovereignty. Let the words manifest one by one, slowly, with extreme awareness. All the people who are sincere, want to manifest conscious sovereignty, powers of Paramashiva, should take up this samyama. Actually, Papa Skandamata is doing this samyama already. That is why she is not talking. It's not that she doesn't know the language. You can write and show her. She knows the language. I can prove it to her. She knows the language. I can prove it to the whole world. You can write and show. She will respond. She knows the language. She is doing this samyama. That's why she's not talking. She is doing this samadhi. She wants to talk from conscious sovereignty in my space. I tell you, it's a very powerful samadhi, samyama. Try this. See, even the people still now you have not convinced that you are my devotee, you are spiritual seeker and you are practicing, you are initiated disciple, you can take next 1 or 2 days and convince them. It is possible. Kailasa, everyone listen, everyone in the Kailasa, all the Adinavasis, Gurukul Balasans, people who are in quarantine, in Biddi, in Hyderabad, all the sannyasis, all of you listen. Don't try to ask for exemption. Don't put your energy on breaking this samyama. Put your energy on making this samyama and making the whole world understand the power of this samyama. If you demonstrate it, the power, the whole world will start realizing the power of Paramashiva's words. That is the best enriching you will do. Your whole consciousness, body, mind, brain, emotions, everything will be detoxed. Paramashiva will start manifesting. Just this one samyama, this one samadhi.
என்னப்பனல்லவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் மறு ஏழாமுடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாமுடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா
என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்யகாருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்யகாருண்யனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே பக்தர்களுக்கு அனுகூலனே பக்தர்களுக்கு அனுகூலனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே அருள்புரி நித்யானந்த ரூபனே அருள்புரி நித்யானந்த ரூபனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே கால்களில் பொற்றிலம்பு நித்யம் கைகளில் பொற்றதங்கை கால்களில் பொற்றிலம்பு நித்யம் கைகளில் பொற்றதங்கை கல் 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 என வருவான் கல் 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 என வருவான் நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே பங்கை சரி பாதி தந்தவனே உடம்பில் பங்கை சரி பாதி தந்தவனே நித்யா நித்யா நித்யா
as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva, living complete manifestation of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let this conscious sovereignty samyama, let this Swarajya Siddhi samyama, Swarajya Shakti samyama manifest in all of our lives, and all the auspiciousness blossom. The past, present, future, all the three completely be occupied by Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest in our past, present, future. Make all of us realize not only our present and future is Paramashiva, even our past is Paramashiva. There is no vase for past in the space of Paramashiva. All three, past, present, future, all is eternal.
When you understand past is Paramashiva, you will understand present is Paramashiva, future is Paramashiva. All the delusions will disappear. Kala Tita, Maya Tita, Dvandva Tita, Paramashivatva manifest in all of us.
மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வாழ்மழனே தேவா அறவாடிட கை சூழ்ந்திட இவன் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपदे मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरे सरे अन्नामलै उदित नित्यनंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின்
Om. Listen carefully. The idea, perception, experience you carry about your past, when that starts changing, your future will start changing. This samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi Samyama, will make your idea about your past change. Your life will be detoxed so much. Your perceptions about past will disappear. You will feel so much of joy, ecstasy, fulfillment. I tell you, when you guys suffer, I feel so much sympathy seeing you all, because 99% of your suffering is just delusion centric. The remaining 1% is not suffering. It's a sport challenge, joy of life. Ecstasy of life. So, when your perception about the past changes, past just drops from you, it will never be a heavy load on you. It will no more be a toxic around you, making your present and future toxic. So understand? I bless you all. The whole load of your past be detoxed. All the load of the past be cleared. Let you all be detoxed. Let you all radiate Paramashivatva. Let Paramashiva Paramborul, ultimate, manifest in all of you. Om, 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 Om. Shiva, 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 Shiva.
Oh சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே, அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவாட்சி மலர வருகவே. அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே, சடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே. கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இளமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம். உனது பார்வையால் மாயைகள் விலக விலக பூமி எங்குமே, ஞானம் மலர மலர தேகம் எங்குமே, சுடலை சாம்பல் பூசி ஆடும் வந்தனே, பாதம் பதிய வருக திரிசடையோனே, திரிபுரம் எரிந்த அந்த தடவிலோடு தீமைகள் ஒழிக்க வருக பலத்திலே, நித்தம் வாழுகின்ற தாண்டவத்தையே, அகிலம் உணரவே பொங்கிடும் மங்களம் பூலோகம் எங்கிலும், கங்கையும் வெள்ளமாய் பாய்ந்தோடி வந்திடும், கால காலனாக நீ நின்றிடும் அற்புதம் கண்டவர் யாவரும் திருவடியது சரணடைந்திட. கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே, அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவாட்சி மலர வருகவே. அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே, சடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே. கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணை வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம், மகா சதா சிவோஹம். மகா சதா சிவோஹம், 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 மகா சதா சிவோஹம்.
வானவர் மேலவர் வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்ந்திட நல்லவர் நாடி நாமம் போற்றி, அண்ணாமலை பிறந்த அமுதே போற்றி, ஆலனை அமர்ந்த அரசே போற்றி, ஆடக மதுரை அரணே போற்றி, ஆரமுது ஆன ஆனந்த போற்றி, மலையில் மலை காக்கும் மலையே போற்றி, முழுமதியாய் வந்த முதல்வா போற்றி, அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமதுரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி, அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமதுரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, அனந்தா 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 நித்யானந்தா.
வாழிய நலத்தில் உயிராய், அமரைய கலையாய்,
எந்தாய் போற்றி அருவமாய் உருவமாய் ஆனாய் போற்றி முழுவதும் இறந்த முதல்வாய் போற்றி முத்தமிழ் மொழி கண்ட முகிழே போற்றி அஞ்சல் நெஞ்சிங்கு அருள்வாய் போற்றி அத்தான் போற்றி ஐயா போற்றி நாதமனாவிலே நின்றாய் போற்றி கீதம வாழ்விலே ஆனாய் போற்றி நித்யானந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய் நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய் நஞ்சிய முதாய் நயந்தாய் போற்றி கனவிலும் அன்பற்கு ஆனாய் போற்றி கலியுகம் காத்த காலமே போற்றி உணர்வில் ஒன்றான உயிரே போற்றி உயிர் தாண்டி வந்த துணையே போற்றி அருமையில் எளிய அழகே போற்றி கோடியில் என கொண்ட நித்தியனை போற்றி
शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोदमुरा देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोक्षमुरा देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोदमुरा देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोक्षमुरा अरणा शिवुडेरा स्वामी मणवाडेरा कैलास निंचि वच्चिन मणतोडेरा नित्यानंद परम शिवमेरा नित्यानंद परम शिवमेरा मणवाडे मणतोडे मणस्वामी उच्चाडुरा मणवाडे मणतोडे मणस्वामी पाद कमल शरणं देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोदमुरा देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोक्षमुरा देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोदमुरा देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्तटि मोक्षमुरा ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం దేవి భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎక్కడి మోదమురా దేవి సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎక్కడి మోక్షమురా దేవి భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎక్కడి మోదమురా దేవి తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా భూమిలోని అందరికీ శక్తికిచ్చాడురా ఒక్క తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా భూమిలోని అందరికీ శక్తికిచ్చాడురా మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా మన స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా ప్రపంచమంతా సంతోషమే పరాశక్తి ఆవిష్కరణమే ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసర ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనలు చైతన్యుడురా కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసర ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనలు చైతన్యుడురా వెలుకోండి వెలుకోండి దివ్య శరీరలు కండి మన స్వామి కృపతో మా మనము పరమశివాండి మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా మన స్వామి పాదత ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా
ಮಣ್ಣೇ ಮಾಮಲಗೆ ಮಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯವೇ ಮರಗದಮೇ ಎಣ್ಣೈರಮೇ பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலகே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யா கொண்டு கங்கை முடிக்கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பூசி உடுக்கை தனையேந்தும் பாலனே புலிதோலனே வீடு விழியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொற்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலம் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதடில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே வீணின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி பாடியாற்று திருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே தேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா இடதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா வணங்கிடவே காஞ்சியில் மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலசக்தி ஈசனே பொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்யரசித நித்ய வைபவ புத்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விரிவேது எங்களை காத்திடவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்க்கவே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலம் தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விரிவேது எங்களை காத்திடவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்த்திடவே நாயகனே வேத்து விட்டகனே பரமுருளே ஞானத்து திருவருளே கட்கோடி வேண்டும் காலகாலனை காண தேடி பவனி வர அவனி ஆடினதே நின் கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணகையும் கருணை இருப்பிடமே நீ செவ்விடரும் புன்னகையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையாகவே ஆனந்தமாய் வாழ வைக்க ஆண்டவனே ஏங்கி வந்தாய் கனியாகும் உங்கள் கருணையே மண்ணினாகும் உங்கள் வருகையே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் சிறுசிறி தந்தாயே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் நீ காலம் பணிந்தாயே தந்து உயிர் தந்து உயிருக்கு பொருள் தந்து விலக்கி நீ தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட சிந்தை சித்த
ஓம் 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 ஓம். Om, Om, Om. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest
with all the bliss, complete manifestation as a living Purnavatar of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest as Purnavatara in all of you. Om, 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 Shiva, 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 Shiva. Samrajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu, Anandamayi Bhava, Sarvamangala Praptirastu. Om, 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 Om. I bless you all. Let all the auspiciousness happen. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu. Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Paramashiva Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Today I also have some releases. Till now we have few hundred proclamations from all over the world. Today I am releasing first 200 to all of you and to the world. The first proclamation is from Mayor of City of San Jose, the Honorable Sam Liccardo. I thank you for this proclamation. Next is from John Billingsley, President, Hollywood Food Coalition, USA. Ashok Desai ji from California, USA. Reach Maluwal, spokesperson, South Sudan Bar Association, South Sudan. Commander Amela B.T. Gibson, Immigration Support Unit, the Republic of Liberia. Mr. Rabi Fakri, Attorney at Law, Lebanon. Joshua Kitakule, Secretary General, Interreligious Council of Uganda, Kampala, Uganda. Kayanja Vincent D. Paul, Chairman of Lake Victoria Regional Location, East Africa, Uganda. Governor Henaro Polai, Melakak State, Republic of Palau. I thank all of you, and there are hundreds more. Today I am releasing the first set of few hundreds. Blessings to all of you. And Ma Paramartha Bangaru Kutru Niku Peli Rosu Subakangshalu.
మా పరమార్థానంద, మా నిత్య పరమార్థానంద బంగారు కూతురు, నీకు పెళ్లి రోజు శుభాకాంక్షలు, బ్లెస్సింగ్స్. అండ్ blessings to every one of you. To manifest successfully this samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samyama. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, collective integrity and Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.